Okay, we're live. Music. There we go. Uh, Welcome everyone. Um, I am 1 hour late. I heard yesterday that there were some emergencies to take care of today, so I had to reschedule things a little bit. So, I had to use an extra hour before streaming to take care of things. But now we are ready to continue working on Tighnari. Now, the plan for today is to add a few things that I missed in the previous stream and Lineart. If I'm able to do extra things, sure, but I'm not planning on it. So yeah, it's preferable. Let me just take care of the tablet because it was mapped for another screen. There we go. So I'm just gonna I think I haven't changed the volume for you, but I changed the volume of the music for me. Yeah, I think that's good. Whatever. So, things that I missed. So, this is all detailed sketch. Yes, so all of this goes into here. So if I, exactly. So if I remove, we end up with this, which is really, really good. Now, the things that we are missing, there is a piece here. I don't know if it's like where he keeps his arrows. I might have to search for more reference images. Also, I am not yet able to see the chat. I apologize. I will take care of that now. Video. It's a video producer. It's sorry. Creator dashboard, I think. Right? Stream manager. There we go. Chat. Alright. Maybe if I said in the title that I was drawing Tighnari, it would be more appealing. Oh, sorry. There we go. Alright. Just increase the size of the chat. There we go. 4 minutes in, and we're still taking care of things. So I believe that the piece that is here, it's more complex than it appears in the reference images. There are not a lot of them from the back, so I will have to search for more references. But we can at least go ahead and take care of the tail. So a first sketch should be in place. Need a new one. Let's use a dark green. Dark green. Yeah, it's noticeable. So it should be somewhere around here back. Do we want something like this maybe? Yeah. fluffy tail. Oh, okay. Something happened. Oh, it's just my coffee. Alright. Thought it was something important for a second. Alright. How about the readability of the picture? I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Yeah. So let me just wait, how long is this playlist? Okay, more than enough time. All right. Let me go and search for a quick reference. Here. Let's see. Tighnari. We need references from the back. This is all fan art, so it's all very complicated to take seriously. What? I don't know what that was. Oh. To take seriously, like seriously as a reference, you know. There's a lot of creative liberty in fan art, and so a lot of times they remove certain elements. Maybe it's better. Let's go with the official image. Can we have that backside view? It's not backside. The bow is very different though. Oh, it might be like different weapons. I don't understand much of Genshin anyway. Okay. This one's not bad as a reference. Lineart character sheet. Probably isn't a lot. This is an official one from the back, but it's sideways. Okay, so it doesn't appear to have that much detail to it, so the references work for us. We're gonna include maybe an orange. Is that distinguishable from everything else? Yes, it is. Alright. So we're gonna keep it here. Right. Something along the lines of this, right? Sponge piece. This thing. What I'm gonna do, instead of trying to draw partial circle, I'm gonna draw a full circle, and then I'll detail sketch what needs to be detailed. I think that's a better approach to it. Jesus. Just awful. Just awful. Ah. Right. Starts from up here and goes like this. Right. Yeah, I think that's it. And then this. Good. And then ooh, that's a complicated one. Yeah. That's and then yeah. Oh, curve there. Then something else there. Good. In terms of details, at least, it's pretty much it. I could maybe add something there, but yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. Readability is kind of complicated because I can make something like this to point towards the tail. And the short ones are in front of the tail, but in the back of the cloth. Oh, all right. Yeah. Feels a bit too angular. Something like that. So we're pretty much just missing that. I'm actually not too worried with the quality. This one's pretty okay. Gonna have to improve it a little bit, but overall, not bad. I'm gonna keep it here. And we're gonna use the green that we used previously. We can make everything green. I don't think it's a good idea. Okay. Let's do the tail first, at least. And see where we go from. Oh, no, because this is in front of it. So we're gonna do this weird thingy first. So, because I started a little bit later today, I might not stream as much as I did yesterday. Yesterday I streamed for about 4 hours. And I felt completely exhausted. But you know, I had gym this morning, and I usually do it at the end of the day. But yeah, I couldn't have things at the end of the day. So yeah, just right. That part is drafted. Good. This part. And remember, this is just the detailed sketching, right? We still have the entirety of Lineart to go through. What is that playing? Okay. It's just CSP being a little bit slow. These are the time lapse thingy. I must say, the time lapse is really great to have content to post. Actually, I'm going to start with this one first. Yeah. So that I can finish with this one. Alright. Now, place a little bit here. Place this. I don't think I should erase here because that part is translucent, so you can see it a little bit. So I think keeping the line art would be good. Here, move it here. Yeah. I have to fix a few things then. Oh my god. Really? No shame. Such a shame that the first interaction today was bots. Really excited too. For the purple, certain parts of the Lineart will be erased. It is necessary for visual clarity. Good. Oh, no. This, yes, but that... Alright. It becomes much clearer with this. It is in front. So if it's inside the hand, then it's that I can delete with confidence. Is this a piece from the bow? I think it is? Huh. Yeah, I think it is a piece. Oh, I did a terrible job at erasing there. Alright. That is pretty good. I haven't done the tail yet. I can't forget about that. That is purple, so we need... Yeah. I think that's okay. Maybe just that. Yeah, in terms of visibility, I think that's okay. That's... Here. The bow, it becomes not visible here. It kind of hurts having to delete so much detail, but that's how things work, unfortunately. Anything else that can cover the bow? This part. Anything else? I don't think so. Alright. Here. I also don't think what I can do, however, is simplify this. Because I no longer need the guidelines. I have the actual thing. Good. Of course, here. Okay. Looking pretty good. I just need tail, and then everything will be fine. So the tail is only visible from here, right? We need a smooth line. Actually, what I'm gonna do is this, so I don't have to ruin that. Good. Oh, I don't know what that was. It's I guess I could. Alright. We'll settle for something like this. It's behind those pieces. It's visible there. But here it isn't. Neither is here. Nor here. Good. So now we can move that, and this is the entire piece. This is a big tangent right here. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. I'm gonna change it a little bit. Because I think it's too cluttered. So I'm gonna do something like this. Okay. Now I can erase this line. Alright, it was saving. I can erase this line. Right? And in the tail, the problem is already fixed because the tangent is covered. Alright, much better. In terms of other tangents, I don't see any immediate problems. So, yeah. It's supposed to be in there. Thank you. So, from this to this to this. Very good. Now, this one will become sort of transparent one. Usually I do a single layer of line art on top of it, but let's see how it goes. I think I'm gonna go for a dark blue and not so much for black. The only issue that I have now is figuring out the right size for the line art. Is 8 good enough? Good question. Is 8 good enough? I think it is. Well, I regret this, but let's do it. Alright, good luck. Now, and actually what I like to do is the lines that are on top first, so. Yeah, that's on top of everything. Come on. I could do it like this, I guess. Is this good? I think it is. Alright. I might color the line art later. It's preferable to overshoot and then erase what you need to erase. At least that's what I've been doing, and it works better than trying to completely match the hair strands. Now we're ready to tackle the first ear. Maybe it's preferable to start. Oh. I could be smart and do it like this. Good. Reset the rotation. Like this tangent. Something like this. Appears to look okay. Could we get away with a 6? I think a 6 would be better. Right? It's the problem. I think a 6 would be better. Because there's a lot of intricacies in the design. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to start over. That's okay. Art is a process. Doesn't matter how long it takes. We're here to have fun. Because art is fun. If we did everything right at the first try, it wouldn't be fun, right? We would have no motivation to do anything. It's because we fail that we feel motivated to succeed. Alright. Gotta get used to the eraser shortcut. Should actually change the shortcut for the brush, but too lazy. This sounds like something from Undertale. 3829. Is it Earthbound? No. Paper Mario. Huh. No. Alright. Let's check the Lineart. I think this is okay. It defines the details without being too overpowering, because we still need to later define the places where everything overlaps. So alright, now I can erase. Very good. Reset. Right. I love this one. Oh, actually, we can't yet do it because there's a line here. Okay. Focus here. for a little bit. Actually, I haven't done one thing that is crucial for this, which is flip horizontally. I think the face doesn't look too bad. Yeah, got lucky on that one. That's the type of thing that it could make or break your piece. Like some artists say, oh, your piece is going to be seen from a specific angle, so you shouldn't worry too much about flipping it, because the viewer's not going to flip it, right? So if it looks good the way it is, there's no need to flip it. But the thing is about consistency, right? And another thing is, because we are the ones that create our own works, we are biased towards them because we have seen them for very, very long, right? So sometimes it's hard to identify the mistakes that we made. Flipping is good for that. But that could have cost me a lot of trouble, a lot of times. I mean, could have made a lot of trouble for me. Actually, I like that one. Okay, good. Such a shame that I had to delete 2 messages so early. I'm doing this to force myself to work, not to gain followers or anything like that. Good. Now we take care of this. This is one of those complicated situations where the line is in front in here, but it's in the back here. So in these types of scenarios, I have to make decisions about what I draw first. Shouldn't have too much here because I'm gonna thicken out the line. The first line of everything, it would be this one, because it's in front of the ear, which is in front of the hair, which is where I started. So yeah, either that or these two. But this line is pretty isolated, so I've also started from there. Do I want to do this? Give it a little bit of volume. It could be funny. Funky. To give it a little bit of volume. It's not too distracting. Right. Very good. Can do something like this, just to make it vary a little. There's a bit of a tangent here. Not much that I can do about it now. The neck might be just a tad bit too thick. Yeah. I should really have started with this stroke. It all works out. Good. Okay, the flower is also a situation that needs to be resolved. Very complex ornament piece. It's actually more like this, not so much like a star. don't know why my stomach is growling. I mean, I ate an energy bar after exercise. A bit of a tangent. See if I can avoid it like this. Overlapping shows priority in the perspective. Just exaggerating the overlapping there a little bit. Good. Let's check. think it looks fantastic. It's a very different method from what I usually do, which is nothing. But I think it really suits me. These are not in relief. I think they are just colored. So we're gonna leave it like that. Yeah, those lines are just color, not line art. This is Nintendogs, right? 1 hour. Shopping theme, Nintendogs. Oh man, I played that game so much. It was so fun. These are also colors, so it shouldn't be too complicated. Oh, save it. Come on. Yeah, that's good enough. Now, the bow is in front. Alright, so I'm gonna have to draw the other arm and the bow and then the wrist. Alright. Circles. Let's see. Call it a day. Not gonna force this circle any longer. Part of the process. Okay. This one I'm almost sure it's Ocarina of Time. Or if not specifically Ocarina of Time, at least The Legend of Zelda. Very good. Okay, it's been live for an hour already. Jesus. I barely did anything. Saving. Good. I've been up for an hour. It's 11. Alright, I stop at 1. Alright, the bow is gonna be the most complicated part, but we can get through it now, at least. Right, there's a lot of special curves that need extra attention. It's gonna work the way it is going. This needs to lodge itself here somewhere, right? Yeah. I think it's a good line. That part is done. I'm thinking if I need a small pause before continuing. Yeah, I might need that. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'm not that bad. Good. Let's just do it like that. Yeah. Lord. Rather nice. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Oh. I hope I'm done with Lineart by the end of the stream. Still, there's so much to do. It's ridiculous. This is a complicated one. Okay, that part of the bow is done. That one is done. Sure took some time, but we did it. All right. Actually, this part is yeah, this part is painted, so you can't actually see them. Yeah, you can see like this. Just gonna adjust a little bit so we don't have tangents. Good. It is looking mighty fantastic. Alright. Let's start working on this. Oh, with care. Perfectly fine amount of detail. Oh. Oh. Stretch a little bit. Nice. Actually, I think the music might be a little bit too loud. Yeah, let's maybe like that. Yeah. All right. Actually, that line is not necessary because it's referring to a color change. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm actually confused. I don't know if this is actually a braid or not, or a rope, something like that. Not actually. Oh. Either way, continue. I'm gonna make this cloth just a little bit more complex. Not too much more complex, but a little bit. Just to not be as boring. So the entire thing's covered. every now and again I check the chat to make sure that I didn't miss any message. Like, my head just jolts to the side to look at the other screen. Pretty neat, pretty neat. I'm very satisfied with this. So close to have everything with baseline art. Baseline art. I'm already halfway through the stream. Well, if I finish the line art before the 3-hour mark, I think I just end early. I still have to figure out a little bit how I'm gonna paint this. Like I said, it was gonna be cell shading, but I might do some light blending. Alright, and this is color, so we're not drawing it in. Now this one, oh, okay, something missing. That was better. All right. I'm just making these lines up. I hadn't drawn them before. I think it's okay. Usually start with the top one. So good. Yeah. Amazing. Small detail here. Alright, so from the main body, every single piece is drawn. From the bow, everything is drawn. Now we're gonna move on to the pieces that we actually added today. So almost 2 hours in. Oh boy. There's no way this isn't Pokemon. 152. It's Yoshi. No. No, it's a Contact Square. Diamond and Pearl. Yeah. It has that theme right in the beginning. Exactly this. It's so distinct from everything else. I don't know, that generation just has something, you know? The first game that I actually played from the main line was Platinum. Okay. And Platinum is a hell of a game. I actually didn't finish. I didn't defeat Cynthia. I reached the Elite Four and I managed to defeat every Elite Four, but never got through Cynthia. And I was surprised because later the Pokemon Soul Silver came out, I got it, and the first Pokemon League was much easier than Cynthia. There's no Spiritomb or anything like that. You know? There's Salamence. You can deal with them pretty well with ice. And Gyarados with thunder. So later on I got Pokemon, I think it's Black 2, and that Pokemon League is even easier. Like, I got through it on my third attempt, I think. Me being a complete amateur at it. And, yeah. Like, Zoroark, they give you Zorua, right? And if you manage to get a Zoroark, you can sweep pretty much across everything. I just feel that the daycare being at the end of the game sucks. Not that I use the daycare to level up my Pokemon, but like breeding and things like that, you can't do that until the very end of the game, and that sucks, honestly. It's a major component of the games. Also like that crocodile that is also dark type. It's also very good for the Pokemon League. I think I also caught a Sigilif, which is also very good to deal, because the Pokemon League I think is based on Ghost, Dark, Psychic, and Fighting, and yeah, you can pretty much deal with those Pokemon with a Psychic and a Dark. Dark with Psychic and Ghost, and Fighting for Dark. And of course Psychic for Fighting. So you have those three, you can deal with everything pretty much. Alright, the Lineart is done. Only a few details go. It's looking pretty good. So now if I do 10, is 10 too much? I don't think so, but just to be safe. Yeah, 10 is too much. Okay. Let's try 8. This feels good. Yeah. In 2 hours. Good. 2 entire hours. What I might do is like not increase that there. Just pass it. Yeah. There you go. Just stretch my hand. Sleepy. Right. Good. There's no open space here, I think. So I know it's gonna be very good. Not a good angle for me. Acceptable. Okay, we're almost done. With the outside. Then comes the overlaps. Alright, I think I didn't miss anything. Very good. It actually looks really, really good. Damn. I'm already very proud of this. Now the overlaps. Nice. We're gonna say that the light source is coming from there, right? Just to help us a little bit with the overlaps. Right. This is already looking a lot better. Did a pretty bad job here. Because it has a good weight to it. Hey, welcome back. So, how did it go? Did it go well? It ended well, but did it start badly? Is that what you're saying? Hmm. But what changed? What changed for it to be bad at first and good later on? Yeah. Sometimes things like that happen. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, warming up is always very important. For instance, we would always start with very, very quick poses. Like sometimes we would do 10-second poses. And yeah. I think it's pushing too much in some of the mid. Yeah. Thing is, gesture is a small part, but a very important one. Right? It dictates how everything will be read. So we can't underestimate its importance. Heavily related to composition as well. Yeah. Because if we start to focus too much on anatomy first, it all becomes too stiff. Right? It's almost like we're not really drawing or painting what we see, we are enhancing certain parts and ignoring others. Right? It's all about choice. And that's what the artist does. Usually. There's also the hyperrealism part where you represent it as you see it. I'm not really interested in that, but some people are, and some people are really good at it. But, you know, to each their own. But yeah, gesture, super important. The CSI curves. Yeah, hyperrealism, it's almost like um how can I explain this? Hyperrealism to me feels like you're trying to prove that you put a lot of work into an art piece, you know? Because it's not about the representation, because if it was, you could just take a photography with very high resolution and print it in large size. So it's not about the image itself, it's about the number of hours that you put in a work like that. And of course, the artists might enjoy may enjoy the process, but feels a bit redundant, I think. It's almost like they're depriving themselves of any sort of creative decision. Of course, like, realism is still very important to learn in the beginning, because I believe that creative decisions are always thinking outside of the box, and to think outside of the box, we must first fill it. How they do it pixel by pixel, at least the few demos I've seen. Some rarely do any construction or blocking. Pixel by pixel. In hyperrealism, yeah. See, that's the thing. They deconstruct it in a flat level. They don't think about the subject as an object that exists in three-dimensional space and therefore abides by perspective rules, you know? They just identify the image as being flat and just decompose the values to what they want. Exactly. They just see values, and on one hand, that isn't necessarily bad, but you need to work a lot for just values to be enough to make a good image, right? Whereas if you are reasonable at values, reasonable at perspective, reasonable in color, you can already make great images. Just not hyper realistic ones. But yeah, been here for what, almost 2 hours and a half. And I said to myself in the beginning of the stream that I wanted to finish Lineart today. I'm only going to be here for like another half an hour or so, half an hour and 45 minutes. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish the Lineart until then. What is that? Gonna, because this has taken a lot of time. Like in the beginning of the stream, I drew, let me just it's here. I drew the, where did I put it? Is it here? Yeah, I drew the tail, so let me increase. There we go. I drew the tail and I drew a specific thing that Tighnari has on his back. Looks like a wing of some sort, and yeah, I had to block it in first so I could then make, I thought it was a quiver at first, but in the references that I have, it just seems like one wing it's coming out of it. So it might be like some sort of magical quiver or something. It would work, you know, magic, its own rules, but I don't know. Genshin people are crazy in their designs anyway. They're really, really smart in making asymmetries. So like long sleeve here, short sleeve, wing on one side, no wing or quiver, whatever. The bow is not symmetrical either. I think in the shoes it's symmetrical. In the ears, piercing on one side, no piercing on the other. Flower on one side, metal or something on the other. They do this on purpose. Every single character is asymmetrical. The first ones not so much, but the newer designs are really, really intense in that, which is completely understandable. Asymmetry disrupts the eye, and so the image requires more time to see, to process. So that's a very good thing for designers. Because I remember at one time, I think it was Gmail. Gmail has like this, right? And then it has the M like this, but the M wasn't completely symmetrical. And I think the Google symbol also was slightly off. Like the Google symbol we assume is just a circle and then you do this, right? And it was something of that sort. But I think this cut right here wouldn't go to the center. They would cut in a different way. Yeah. They did that on purpose. Because they know. And those small things, it doesn't look like it at first, but they really stick with you. And the funny thing is, right? So yesterday you talked that you were interested in portraiture and things like that. Humans are scared of perfectly symmetrical faces, right? And most people don't have faces that are that symmetrical, right? So to achieve realism, it's important to observe where the person's face changes from one side to the other. I don't know what that is. You can hide symmetry with angles. Definitely. Yes. Yes. There are a lot of tools that artists developed over the years to guide the eye. Okay. For instance, I am in this piece, right? I am proud of the quality of the line art, but I still think that there are a few things that I need to improve on, because let me just change the color real quick. When we're looking at it, it makes this giant triangle, and the tail and the bow want to guide us outside in different directions, right? We can also consider this narrower triangle here, right? And add this volume of the wing and the tail, but then you have these, and they allow the eye to leave, so it is not a good composition, but I don't worry too much about it, honestly. I enjoy how it is going so far. You know, noticing it now and paying more attention to it in a later piece makes, well, it doesn't make sure that I don't fail, but it increases the chances that I will improve, and that's what we need. We don't need certainties, we need increase in chances. Now the light is coming from there. We can put a little bit of ambient occlusion here, not too much. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, there's a lot of composition to take into consideration. One of the things that I struggled the most was when drawing the model, take into consideration the space that the pose takes to properly fill the page. I'm guessing you may use value to manipulate the first read of the composition. That can also happen, yes. Yes, we tend to look to the sharper, more saturated spots of the painting. So there's actually very good examples of this. Let me just... Riot Games from League of Legends actually does this really, really well. I don't need to save it. Yeah, so, like, if I just zoom in, right? Like, so, you know, obviously, this is a little bit blurry, but you can see what I mean. Obviously, hand, focal point, very saturated colors, very bright highlights and things like that. But then you have like not so bright highlight here, completely blurred here. You can barely distinguish what's behind Blitzcrank, you know. like completely exaggerated, pure white lightning. You also need to look at the face, so the face, despite being back here, still has the white and a few good darks, but like pure dark, right? But back here, you no longer have that. In fact, back here, everything is like purple. Different shades of purple, which being consistent leads your mind to think it's actually yellow because the robot itself is yellow, but this is purple, right? Purple. Purple. But we think it's yellow. And they're very good at... Oh, is it saving? It's saving. Alright. They're very good at completely trick us. Right now that the arms, bow, and arrow will draw the eye to the middle of the poem because there's a lot going there. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going here. And like here specifically, there's a lot. Yeah, the problem with making him aim the bow at the camera is that then it will require me to foreshorten the arms. And I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm not very confident that I can do it properly just yet. So, yeah. Like, eventually I'm gonna have to tackle... Yeah, I didn't find a lot of bow poses that didn't feel too obvious or completely stupid. So, yeah, I just settled for some neutral ones that I found. It was at 6. Alright. What else do we need? What else do we need? Oh. Above. So, we're also going to do this. We're also going to do that. Maybe a little bit here. I saw something today with some girl on like a rotating platform. Yes, I saw that. I think it was on Twitter, but I think originally it was a TikTok. It is really good. That is fantastic. Not only to study the same pose so you have solid anatomy, but for animators as well, it's like incredible. The one that I'm referring to, it had a costume that looked like Sailor... I don't know the name of the specific sailor, but it was a character from Sailor Moon, one of the sailors. I think Venus is blue. Jupiter, I think it was the yellow one. I think Mars was the green one. No? I'm actually gonna search it. Sailor Moon sailors. At least the Sailor Moon characters. Okay, let's start with... I like how they make a list of the sailors, but they don't relate the costumes. That is so dumb. Alright. Sailor Mars. Alright, she's the red one. Mercury blue. Is it Venus? It can't be. No, Venus is the yellow one. What? That was Jupiter. Maybe it's Jupiter. Yeah, it's Jupiter. Alright. Jupiter is the green one. It really looked like the costume. I went on a journey to find that one. Well, now I know. Actually, I have good memories of Sailor Moon. I've never paid attention to the show, but it was always on when I had to go to bed. And the ending, at least the original ending, was very calming. It's like one of the few songs that I've seen in anime that was translated into my native language that sounds good. Like, most of the dubbed things are horrible, but that song sounds really good. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And there's no reason, like, I'm Portuguese, right? And I speak Portuguese. And then you have Brazil, which has Brazilian Portuguese, which is very similar. And dubbed things in Brazilian Portuguese are a million times better than in Portuguese from Portugal. It's ridiculous. They completely butchered Dragon Ball. It is so bad. Yeah. Which is a damn shame. So I'm almost sure this song is from Nintendogs. I know this song. 245, 245. Yeah, walking the dog. Yeah. The moment I got a computer, it was subbed all the way. Because it's just so much better. It was insane. Ugh. It's like we had weird selections of anime to watch, right? So, for instance, Dragon Ball and Naruto are worldwide phenomena. But I don't think Mermaid Melody is that famous, right? Plus, the character design kinda gives me nightmares. The eyes are 50% of the face. But for some reason, it got here. Yeah, man, if you search it, prepare yourself because it is a lot. It's pretty much Sailor Moon, but the main cast of girls are mermaids, and they sing, and singing is basically their power, right? Jesus Christ. That was something. Also, Captain Tsubasa was a thing here. Like, super old anime. I bet it has something to do with like licensing, and the licenses were probably very cheap. So they just rolled with it. We've had a... Actually, Beyblade is a thing here. Like, all of the series have been going on here. Yeah. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh is also. I mean, it used to be bigger. It used to be bigger. Now the new series, eh. But Yu-Gi-Oh was huge here. Yeah. One Piece, I think it started recently. So, by the year 2100, the entire show will be on TV, I guess. Mm, trying to remember more anime. Okay, we had. Oh, Digimon and Pokemon. Pokemon was actually the first anime that I watched. Yeah. Digimon was always a bit weird. I enjoyed the plot, like the Digivolutions. It's like most of them is just bigger. The big the same Digimon in bigger scale, but with guns. Yeah, like Pokemon only approaches the edginess of Digimon in the movies, right? Because it's in the movies that they address most of the legendary Pokemon. Zoids. No, I think that wasn't a thing here. Zoids. But let me search. Let me search. Because it might have been a thing after. Uh, Technozoids. I don't think so. No. Past fighting Schroeder. No, no, we didn't have that. Yeah, there's always some differences. Yeah, ridiculous. Card captors. Card captors. I mean, I know card captors Sakura. We had that. I also love the aesthetic of card captor Sakura. Let me see card captors. I only find card captor Sakura, so I assume that's what you're talking about, right? We definitely had that. Yeah, we definitely had that. It was pretty cool. I think I never finished it, but I've watched a few episodes. It's really really good. It's like a little bit later. Do you have the TMNT? There are a few TMNT cartoons now. TMNT. But I think we had something. I don't know if it's the 2007, maybe? But I remember we had. I remember we had, so we had like 2 or 3 shows because they did a few series. One of them, they went to the future, and I really liked that one. I actually have a friend that is obsessed with TMNT. I find it hilarious. Even more hilarious is that she, despite obsessing over TMNT, she obsesses artistically over frogs instead of turtles. So future one is pretty cool. Yeah, Inspector Gadget. Yes, we had plenty of it. Plenty of it. It was a lot of fun. Although I don't think I watched it for very long. It's like some shows I know they aired, but they just, you know, go away as fast as they showed up. So, kind of complicated. Jackie Chan Adventure. Yes. And about this, at the same time, there was also, I don't know if his name is Jake Long, American Dragon. It was on more or less at the same time as Jackie Chan Adventure. Yeah, Jake Long. I really enjoy that show. Oh man, cartoons. Some of them probably don't hold up very well nowadays, but I bet a lot of them do. Yeah, Spider-Man I think wasn't, like, the kids love Spider-Man, like in, I think you call it Mardi Gras, right? In February. We just call it Carnival. But basically the costumes, whether it's Carnival or Halloween, the boys love Spider-Man, right? I remember one year there was like 5 or 6 Spider-Man in my class alone. Let alone like other classes. It was ridiculous. But I think in part that has to do with the fact that Spider-Man, right at the time, Spider-Man was already from Sony, so Sony bought Spider-Man, and they were marketing the hell out of it, so they knew what they were doing, because it already had a lot of content for it, so they could do it, all of the shows and things like that. Whereas, other characters from the same universe were not as marketable because they didn't have anything yet. Only with the Avengers stuff did it really start to kick off in terms of merchandise. It's like just like we sort of grew up from those cartoons, like we can still watch them obviously, but I think we end up not feeling a necessity to watch those types of cartoons because we need new experiences, right? and the formula for those cartoons usually doesn't change much, so we kind of grow tired of it. It's not a superiority thing, it's just we want new things. The same thing I think it's happening with Marvel. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm growing a bit tired of it. I think I'm barely able to keep up with everything that they're putting out, you know? It's just, my God, so much content. Like I went to the movie to see Multiverse of Madness, you know, Doctor Strange 2. And like my first reaction was people that didn't see WandaVision won't understand exactly. I haven't kept up with superhero content in a while. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Like I was at the movie and I was like, people that haven't watched WandaVision won't know what Doctor Strange is talking about, right? And because before you could just watch at most two movies in the same year and you would know everything about that universe. And now it's like three movies and two TV shows, and I just can't say. Right, they're really trying to milk the MCU, right? Success. Yeah, definitely, definitely. That's the problem. Like when everything becomes just a way to make the investors richer, right? It becomes known for other investors. And so you have bigger and bigger investors making bigger and bigger investments, and you need returns. And for that, you need to produce more movies and more TV shows. It's like at a certain point, what's gonna happen is the only people that will be able to keep up with Marvel are the really dedicated ones, right? And that's exactly what happened with comics. And now, I mean, I think comics are having a resurgence because they're being a little bit more creative in their stories. But at the same time, it's like, do they really want to do that, you know? If they go too far right now, they won't be able to recover from it. It's a shame. All right, this actually looks pretty nice. Pretty good. Ew. It's ridiculous. And it's like because Marvel was having such a big success on that whole operation. DC tried to capitalize on it, and um, yeah, it was not good. Not good. Different style, but there's just something off about it. Not to mention, like I think the first Wonder Woman was received pretty well, and then the second Wonder Woman was not that good. You know, that is like an indicator that maybe they're sort of phoning in the effort. There's an extra line there. Because it's a bit sad. Those are movies that have a lot of effort from a lot of different parts. And just seeing that turned into money printing machines, it's quite sad. Because the best movies of those types are when the actors, the producers, the directors are really invested. Yeah, it is what it is. Indeed. Indeed. Like, I really like the indie scene of artistic expression, whether it's movies, digital painting, VTubing, video games, you know, you name it. The indie scene has incredible people. That's where the best ideas usually come from. Like, for instance, I'm drawing a character from Genshin, but but I have the opinion that Genshin is almost a carbon copy of Breath of the Wild, and only recently did they start to separate a bit from that. A lot of those are oversaturated. Yes. Yes. The thing is, and this is an incomplete opinion, obviously, but it's like, I think a reason why the indie scene is oversaturated is because to be good at something, you need to do that something many times. So, to be good at making video games, you have to make video games, right? So a lot of video games in the indie scene might not even be that good, but they are projects that were made to improve, you know, to improve the creator's ability. The barrier for entry for everything is very low nowadays. True. I get that. Yeah. But at the same time, I think, at least in most cases, we can see if something is completely soulless or not, right? Like, sometimes, but they put tech demos on Steam and market them as games. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Yes. Yeah, sometimes we need to be careful with those situations. Because, yeah, we're always susceptible to those sorts of inconveniences. Like I was thinking, the creator of Undertale, right? Toby Fox, Undertale, Deltarune, more recently. He made a Halloween hack for what's it called? Oh, I forgot the name of it. No, Earthbound or Mother 2, right? So before he created Undertale, and a lot of characters are actually there. And it's like, yeah, that's how it works. You know, you make games to make better games. But it can get tiring seeing very similar games all the time. Yeah, sometimes I think to progress and to practice, sometimes they pick easy ideas to develop creative gameplay, right? And sometimes they make easy gameplay to develop complex ideas. Like a good example for complex ideas with very similar gameplay is visual novels, right? Like visual novels always have the same sort of gameplay to it, right? It's barely a game, but the way you tell your story can vary a lot. Like in quotes, Doki Doki Literature Club. It's not recent, but you know, it kind of warped the way we see visual novels, right? But like it didn't do anything too different, and it wasn't the first one to be meta in the visual novel place, but you know, it did it very well. But yeah, I think it's complicated to filter what is good in the sea of projects, because everyone can access everything now, right? As you were saying, everyone can start making video games, even simple ones, and everyone can access every game. A recent example of oversaturation is the recent Nintendo showcase. They announced a bunch of games, of which half had a farming mechanic. Yeah, I think that's an effect of Animal Crossing, right? Because it has happened in the past with games like Farmville. Yeah, Farmville, Stardew Valley. There's a game that came out recently that is a mix of Stardew Valley and Terraria, I think, which also includes farming. Minecraft also has farming, although it's not as important as other aspects of Minecraft. But it's like farming, or at least the style of gameplay that farming offers, has a lot of market, and Nintendo understood that, so they're gonna milk it. And yeah, just get ready for the next Nintendo Sports with a farming section. The next Olympic Games with the fastest farmer. And it's that thing again, like big companies don't risk it because they have investors behind them and they have to pay them back. and they know what works. They might tweak it a little bit, but they know what works, and they don't go out of that line, you know. Yeah, like for me, it was incredible when Breath of the Wild came out, and like it still is incredible to me. I only played it once, and it was in a friend's Switch, like 2 years ago, I think, and immediately it was such a completely different experience. I had played Phantom Hourglass before in the DS, and Breath of the Wild is a game that I could put like thousands of hours if it wasn't for the fact that it looks full, but it's actually very empty. But if it had more content in it, my god, and like even random content, you know, side quests and things like that, just fill the game with that. Oh, I didn't notice this. Oh, I didn't notice this. They have already announced the sequel to Breath of the Wild, which everybody was waiting for. I heard Elden Ring was very similar to it. First game in years I put 50+ hours into. Yeah. I haven't played Elden Ring because I want to play the Dark Souls franchise first, then Bloodborne, maybe even Demon Souls, and then Elden Ring, to go kind of like in a, well, not necessarily chronological because Demon Souls I think is the first one, but I want to experience those first and then Elden Ring later. But I think it was very ambitious, and I think it works really well. I've seen a few videos and live streams of people playing it, and it looks really fun. Significantly easy for you. Yeah, but I'm like, I like to explore everything, you know? So regardless, it's a good experience. I'm one of those people that even if you spoil an episode of something, I will still watch it. And even if I play through Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Bloodborne, I think I will still have a good time with Elden Ring. It's just that I haven't had a lot of time to play Dark Souls. I think I made it to the part right before the dog with the sword, and that already took me quite a long time. I think it's Artorias dog. And that took me a long time, but I enjoyed it. And it's hard. Like the first time that I Sith, yeah, the wolf. The first time that I figured out that some of the enemies could actually parry me and almost one-shot me is, boy, that game, it does not forgive. And I'm a very cautious player, so when you get to the Forger, I don't know if it's like Undead Parish or something. I don't know. I don't remember the name of it. It's like you enter a church that has a sort of mage in the upper floor, and you have like a really tough guy in the bottom, right around there, but way to the side. There's a place that if we go down, we meet someone that can upgrade our weapons. And I remember thinking that it was so expensive, but I just started resting and resetting everything and just grinding the souls. It was ridiculous. Also, eventually I figured out the mechanic of summoning things, and because I had explored everything, there was the Praise the Sun guy, I forgot his name, that I could summon. But there was also a second summon that I could do from a guy that I freed from prison. Right? Like, the gargoyle fight was so easy because of that. Yeah, it was a struggle. It really was a struggle. But overall, I think it's a fun experience. Dark Souls. Just put a little bit here. Other DS games can be brutal. Yeah, but I heard that the first... I don't know if the second one has that, but I heard that the first Dark Souls has like invincibility frames when you dodge roll, right? Which feels a bit cheaty, but at the same time, thank God. Yeah, and I took advantage of a lot of stuff, like right next to the guy that forges stuff and upgrades your weapon. Yeah, you gotta pull it off consistently, yeah. But right next to the guy that upgrades your weapons, there's a mini boss that like shoots lightning. It looks like a scorpion, or half scorpion, half man without a head, right? And at first I was trying to like brute force it, and then I realized that the ramps make it really weird while attacking, so you could take advantage of the difference in elevation, and the boss would barely hit you, things like that. It's really interesting. But you know, we only figure those things out because we've died a lot of times, and we notice those things. We pay attention. It's really good. Actually, not there. Yeah. Yeah, creative. Yeah. That's the thing that I like about it. Like, if you pay attention and if you explore enough, you will find very useful things. Yeah. Like, I remember exploring the tutorial area, and there are good things that you can get there. In fact, you can go back to the tutorial area. I didn't know that. In Firelink Shrine, there are a lot of places that are really weird to get to, but once you get there, there are like really good stuff that you can use. And I like how because those things are there, the developers knew that you would try and get there. Right? So they reward you. And it feels nice. to just explore in weird ways. The that part where you need to go under a bridge and there's a dragon, like there's a dragon there, because it's blocking the bridge, so you go underneath. If you shoot the tail enough times, it gives you a sword. It's like, man, right? The developers knew that the player would see the tail and be like, what happens if I shoot it? I actually have the sword. But yeah. Yeah, really, really cool. Yeah. That's why that's one of the reasons why Elden Ring works. It came from a studio that is experienced, or at least from a game company that is experienced in details, in rewarding exploration. So making an open world needs to be rewarding, you know, in its own way, but it needs to be. For instance, I fought the gargoyle statues so many times that I eventually chopped the tail, and by doing so, I got a weapon, right? Like, I like those sorts of things. Although, at the time, my plan was if I chop the tail, maybe the next time I respawn, the gargoyle doesn't have the tail, and I won't have to deal with the tail attack. Obviously, it didn't work. They respawn like fully healed, but that was the only thing that I could think of at the time. And then I figured out how summons work, and it was a godsend. But before that, that was literally my only plan because I was alone against two gargoyles. One of them never stopped spitting fire, so I couldn't get near to do damage. Right? Like I could deal with one, but I cannot deal with two at the same time. And yeah, like once I figured summons, it was first try. It's ridiculous. Then again, it's also a mixture of me not being very good at video games. I'm very casual. Like, my friends in before high school, actually, Morrowind. Morrowind is one of the Elder Scrolls, right? Morrowind. Or no? Yeah, it's the third. Yeah. No. I've played just a little bit of Skyrim. So it's already quite recent. You really had to pay attention to dialogue to navigate in that game. Yeah, that seems like a good experience. because I feel like in some games, the having a mini map is it's like way too easy. You don't pay attention to anything, and you really have to pay attention to dialogue. It's truly open world these areas like yeah, yeah. Like a mini map is it's just I get it, I get the idea, but yeah. But as I was saying, yeah, I'm a very casual player, and my friends, like a year before high school or something, introduced me to League of Legends, which was the worst mistake of all of our lives. I've wasted way too much time on that game. I'm not sure it has aged well, but the setting and world building is worth experiencing. Oh, for sure, for sure. I've sunk way too many hours into League of Legends. Like now, I haven't played it. I still have it I have it installed, but it's to play TFT once in a while. I think it's fun, but like League, I haven't played in a few months, and I realized that I was just getting frustrated with it because I'm not a competitive person. How many do you think? How many years? I think in total, I might have made like 1 year worth of pause. So, how many hours? Wait a sec. There is a way to... $10,000 Dota 2. There was a time where I was trying to get into Dota 2. But although I do think Dota 2 is better than League, I don't know, I felt it when I was playing it. I felt it was better. I think I'm at that point where I can... Exactly. If you don't have friends playing it, it's hard to learn by yourself. But I think I'm at the point where I can no longer go into those types of games. I think this is my name. Yeah, level 253. Oh, this is... Wait, right now. Really? It only has season 11. So, it is 2022, right? 2022. So, season 12. Since season 11, I have played a total of 6 hours. That's it. But the thing is, I started playing it at the end of season 2. So, 10 years ago. And I can tell you that there was a time in high school where I was playing around 20 games a day. It was ridiculous. Like, it was waking up, breakfast playing, lunch playing, dinner playing, bed, right? I didn't do that for very long, but once I realized that I was doing it, I saw that it was a problem. I didn't stop immediately because, you know, League is made to be addictive. But recently I just realized that I'm not competitive, you know? Like, I main support because I didn't want to deal with the stress of having to deal damage, right? Because it's the type of roles that are immediately most competitive, while in support is more cooperative with your team. And that doesn't work well with League. If you're not aggressive, you're losing opportunities to win games, and I realized that. And so my own philosophy of acting, yeah, my own way of acting and being was antithetical to what the game wanted me to do. So I just realized it's not my type of game. It's not my type of game. And wins weren't very rewarding. It's like they could give me 1 billion skins per win, but that's not it. You know, it's the feeling at the end of the game, and a lot of times it's just, oh, a jungler missed a gank, and the enemy team just starts, you know, doing really stupid mistakes, and the game ends, pretty much. It's really easy to be a mediocre support. Yeah. It's like I enjoyed playing as support. There were things that there were still useful things that I could do, you know? It's just, it's really hard to be on damaging positions. Like, Riot was like, oh, a few years back, we're gonna introduce Pike, an assassin support, and I didn't blink twice. You have to be quite active to secure the early game. Yeah. Yeah. It's just competitive real-time games are really hard for me. So, you know, I kind of invest a little bit more time into single-player games. I play, like, recently I've been playing Minecraft, but like super modded. I have like, I'm not even kidding, it might have like 400 mods or something. And it's just so much fun, because I do things at my own pace. And it has like a list of quests that I need to do. And the quests are kind of hard to make. The objective is like automation of everything, and I like that. It took a few years for my stupid self to realize that League wasn't for me. What I kinda wanted was just being with my friends, you know? And League capitalizes a lot on that. But sometimes we would get out of the game completely frustrated, and that sucks. I wouldn't say it's good with friends. I would say it's better with friends. But at a certain point, it too becomes very hard to deal with. Like we had a guy in our group that was very competitive, and so he was always aiming to be better and better, and we were just playing to be doing something while we were talking with each other. And yeah, he would end up even flaming us. This is ridiculous. He now plays Apex Legends, but he plays alone. If you manage expectations and don't invest too much emotionally, the result will be fine. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, nowadays, I play TFT, and sometimes I play with my friends, and I'm just like, so that TFT only has 8 places, right? So it has 8 players, and you can either end up in first or, you know, until 8th. And the moment we enter the game, we're already top 8. You know, and we don't take ourselves too seriously, and we end up having a lot of fun. Yeah. That's the problem with games. Sometimes they cater to the competitive audience a little bit too much, and it ostracizes players like me. So Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I've heard about Hearthstone Battlegrounds, but I don't know what it is. Hearthstone Battlegrounds, Hearthstone. What is this? Battlegrounds is a game mode where 8 players face off in 1v1 rounds with the goal to be the last player standing. Okay, so it's like TFT. Each round consists of 2 phases. The recruit phase lets players purchase and sell minions. But it's like completely like TFT, like a map with the characters in it, or do you 1v1 in the card game? Because I also used to play a little bit of Hearthstone, but then it just started becoming ridiculous. It's in the card game, but it's an auto battle like TFT. That's kind of weird. The card game being an auto battle. Okay, so you must have specific rules for like attacking and things like that, right? Yeah, it needs those types of rules. I see. Yeah. I kind of stopped playing Hearthstone once it became like really pay to win. Like this was a long time ago. The target is random though, unless something modifies it. I see. So like I stopped playing in the second. I don't know if it's like second expansion. It was the one with the spiders where Kel'Thuzad appeared. Like it was a long time ago. That's when I stopped playing it. Because people with money would just get Kel'Thuzad, and everything that you killed would come back. So I was just like, okay. You know, and I had like the basic cards because that was the only thing that you could get with the coins. That kind of destroyed the fun for me. And nowadays it's kind of like even worse. There are so many cards that are like so strong that it's very likely that you won't have, you know. I remember when Cthulhu came out, and then Mega Cthulhu came out, which I think Mega Cthulhu has an ability of like just winning the game. Just yeah. But I still had quite a bit of fun with Touchstone. I say the Lineart is looking pretty good. What else am I missing? Maybe a little inch here. Yeah. A little bit here. Have you... Now I'm actually curious. We were talking previously about anime that used to roll on TV. Like, do you still watch anime? Or do you watch, like, different things? Do you watch cartoons? Do you watch movies, TV shows, or something like that? I mean, TV shows, it can be Netflix or HBO or whatever, since a lot of the media nowadays isn't on TV. Yeah. There's a lot of offer, but there isn't a lot of quality. What is this line? It's the tail. Alright, it's the tail. It's the tail. You don't watch much, though. Let's see. Yeah. Life can get busy sometimes. I still watch a lot of stuff, though. Well, I don't watch as much anime as I used to, but it's still quite good amount. I've been watching Overlord. Severance. No, I haven't even heard of it. I mean, Severance. Severance or Severance? It's Severance, right? Let me see. Okay, Severance. Because, you know, English is a good language that has no irregularities to it. It's a very, very regular language. The team of us. episodes. One season. The show only has one season, right? Oh, I see. Waiting on season 2. I bet actually watch it. A friend of mine recommended to me The Expanse, and that has like 6 or 7 seasons. And obviously, I put the episodes seasonally or only complete. I can watch seasonally, yeah. I don't even have problems watching it episodically as it comes out, you know. But like, I was recommended The Expanse, and that has like 6 or 7 seasons. Each episode is around like 45 minutes or so, and dude, I just sprinted through the entire show. Like, there are parts there that are really good, and I just work and leave the show on the background. It's like, because I have several screens, I can be working and just lift my head every once in a while and see what is happening. Saving the progress. All right. The first season of The Expanse is a bit weird because it creates the setting for the rest of the season, right? But it's super weird because the initial tone is very different from the final tone of it all. You know, it was an interesting experience to watch it. But the end really, the end of the first season really took, I think you say it took a left turn, right? Like, it really went in some weird directions there. Like, I was really not expecting to go the way that it did. But they kind of build well into it. And it's really interesting because when you think, oh, a show about humans in space, and we have a big population on Mars that needs to be very strict with their resources to survive, right? Because they're fragile. Mars doesn't have an atmosphere, so it's just a huge internal habitat. And the show really surprised me because it dealt a lot with politics and a lot of bickering between factions, right? And like, you have the Earth, which is pretty much resource depleted. You have people working in the asteroid belt, all divided into small little factions, like mafia involved and things like that. And it just made me think that is really something that we would do. Legitimately, we would behave like that. Because in general, we are morons. And putting ourselves in space, it would definitely result in that. It was very surprising, because usually when people deal, exactly, because when people deal, when creators deal with stories in space, they immediately assume that there's some sort of underlying unity. Gangs already fight over area codes. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, even in Star Wars, for instance, you have the Republic, you have the Jedi, and the Rebellion, in the First Order and things like that. But it's like, all in all, you can still travel to very different places and be more or less okay, right? But not there. In Expanse, no matter where you are very isolated, right? It's interesting. It makes me think of the Earth as just a huge rock with a lot of people that are stuck there. And then in the asteroid belt, there's like stations with a lot of people, and they're also stuck there. They're all stuck in space. And I really like that approach. They really went with it. God damn it. And also because, have you seen Devs? No. Devs. A computer engineer investigates. I've heard of this. Right, I wasn't recognizing it from the name, but I did hear about it. Yeah. These are very interesting. So, also one season. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't take too long. These shows sound like they have a very good premise. It's really interesting. A friend of mine recommended to me The Good Place. I started it, but I didn't finish it because at the time I was busy, and I kind of started and go straight ahead. I really like miniseries. Yeah, it's an interesting format, definitely. And it's also refreshing because I've seen my fair share of like very trash shows. They are way too long. Like immediately in my mind I think of 13 Reasons Why. I watched the first season and it was okay. And then I watched the second and it was bad. And then I watched the third and it was worse. And I watched the fourth and I don't know how they managed to make it so bad. Oh man. The first season though was interesting. It was interesting. Like definitely had a few problems. But it was okay. Like second, third, fourth season, it's like, what are you doing? Like they could have just left an epilogue saying, "Oh, Bryce Walker got arrested," but no, they had to make 3 more seasons of it. And it's so stupid because it's 13 Reasons Why. The first season has 13 episodes. I think the second also has 13 episodes. But then the third and the fourth season don't have 13 episodes. So even that, they broke. They were just tired and they just wanted to finish it. Like, for real. It was just completionist behavior. I had to see it through, you know? Same thing with like Steven Universe, which is a cartoon. I watched it all the way till the end. I watched Steven Universe all the way to the end because I had to finish it, but it wasn't good. Do you have any anime recommendations from the past 5 years? Let me see. I will go through my anime list past 5 years. I think I can. Advanced search. Can I make it? So past 5 years, 2017. This is the month. Well, you feel like what type of things are you looking for? Because it depends. I've watched a lot of different stuff. So Shigurui. No, I didn't watch it. I'll watch anything interesting. Well, okay. I've watched Kaguya-sama. It has 3 seasons. It is a slice of life rom-com, pretty much. It's pretty entertaining. It's pretty entertaining. That's what I have to say. Demon Slayer is an okay shonen. The animation is incredible. In terms of story, it is okay. So, I think Made in Abyss is from the past 5 years. It's on its 2nd season, and it is brutal. It starts very innocent, right? It starts very light, because even the art style suggests that it's light, but it's not. It's very heavy. Both the 1st season and the 2nd season are very, very heavy. Just remember that if you're going to watch it, between the 1st season and the 2nd season, the 3rd movie is essential. The first 2 are just recaps, but the 3rd movie actually has plot between the seasons. Yeah, Madoka Magica, also very innocent, and then, yeah. I haven't finished it, but I've seen enough to know. I hope I can finish it. A friend of mine recommends Vinland Saga, but I think a thing that I do recommend is Jobless Reincarnation. It's the best isekai that I have ever seen, and it is incredible. It's ridiculous how good that is. Yeah. I don't know if Violet Evergarden came out. Oh, 2018. Violet Evergarden is one of those anime that are also very good. The animation is incredible, right? But the stories are really, really heart-wrenching. Like, the first 3 episodes are slow, because, setting up the world and the main characters and things like that. But after that, it has this very episodic format, and the stories that you're told are, man, heavy. It's heavy stuff, really. There are a few things here that are good, but I know that later on end up really badly. Um, yeah. There are a lot of things here that start really great and then not so good. Trying to see. There are a few ones that I haven't watched, so I can't really give an opinion about it. That I know that my friends really like it, but Okay, there is one. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I pretty much finished the line art, so it's like I have this part to do, and that's it. I even lasted like an hour longer than I planned to. But there is one anime that I really, really recommend you to watch, because I think you will identify yourself a lot with the story. It's Sound Euphonium. It has 2 seasons, and it has 1 movie worth of plot. Technically, it's the same situation with Made in Abyss. It has 3 movies, but the 3rd movie is actually new plot. And in the next year, it's going to have a 3rd season, and I think in 2024, it's going to have another movie. Sound Euphonium really stuck with me, because it's a simple story, right? It's just a group of girls in high school. It's very similar to K-On!, but it's more adult. Like a group of girls in high school in the music club, and they want to improve. And you have all sorts of situations. Because they are trying to get into a competition, they have all sorts of situations where some girls make it, some girls just started practicing, so they don't make it, right? And they have to see their friends go to the competition. And you have some of the girls are really good, some of them not so good. And it's like, it stuck with me because there are a lot of moments that I was just like, I act a lot like them. Like, I want to improve in drawing and things like that, right? And it's not the same subject, but it doesn't have to be. The feeling is the same. There are very emotional moments because of it. It's fantastic. And yes, there's a lot of character development. The characters are very three-dimensional in terms of development. I don't think any one of those characters fits cleanly into a trope. Like, they might have some things from one trope, but they aren't fully that, right? And to me, that's just so good, so good. I've watched that anime a few times now. It's just absolutely fantastic. And the music as well, because it's about music. You can hear, it's not exactly orchestra, because it doesn't have strings, but there are pieces of music that are really good. Really, really good. But of course, the main cast is all girls, so it's like, yeah, sometimes it has different perspectives. There's a part right at the beginning where the girl is thinking to herself about her insecurities, and it's about breast size, right? So I don't know what to do with that information, but it's like, it's fun because some girls do that when entering high school, right? They start to worry about that sort of stuff. It makes the characters feel real. And they don't talk about boys that often. They are very focused on music. So, you know, they feel like real people instead of the simplification that anime tends to do in relationship to in relation to women. So it was very refreshing. But again, it's from Kyoto Animation. They're really good with dealing with women. So it appears to me that everything is in order. Violet Evergarden is also by Kyoto Animation. Yeah, the line art seems pretty solid. Let's do just the save. Yeah, I've been working on this for 4 hours without saving. If something happened. I mean, this does have a recovery function, but I might have lost a tiny bit of work, which is always, you know, infuriating. But yeah, for today, that is it. I think it does have an autosave, but I don't have it on. I might want to see where it does that, because I don't know if I have it on or not. But yeah, I'm gonna leave now. It's what, 2:10 p.m. So I'm gonna have lunch. It was great having you here. So today is Thursday, tomorrow is gonna be Friday. So if everything goes according to plan, I will be here at the same time for about 4 hours, just like I did today. And tomorrow I think we are going to color this piece. It's probably gonna take a while too, because I'm not very used to coloring, but it's gonna be a fun challenge. And if I have any spare time, I might do a quick background or something. So yeah, it's gonna be a very abrupt end to the stream, but once again, thank you for being here, and I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.